I want to pick up from Wednesday. I tried to make some preparations to ensure that today doesn't go like Wednesday did, where I had to struggle a lot and ran into a bunch of like little issues and setbacks and stuff. I just spent the last 2 hours working on these parts in preparation. I had to finish building up these vents and sprues and stuff. So hopefully that's not an issue again. Let's see. I gotta... Let's see. Twitch seems very confused about where I'm at. So looks like I'm live. Okay. It's like session timer's all screwed up, I guess, because I have the browser window open. It thinks I'm online. But okay, so I have these guys built. They're kind of finishing up their final curing of this glue, but they're pretty close to where they need to be. I gotta make a couple small edits to them. It's always chilly here in the morning, and then by that time 2 p.m. rolls around, it's like suddenly very warm. So I have to make a couple small edits to this piece here, and then I'll add this to the top. So most of this has been curing since yesterday. Actually, no, it's been curing since Wednesday. I didn't really get a chance to work on this yesterday. I meant to, it just timing didn't work out. Here I'm just trying to round these corners a little bit to encourage resin to flow like up toward the top, or air to flow up toward the top, not resin. Kind of an awkward place to have to sand, and then try not to like break the part. And then molding these is going to be a little different than the previous parts I've been doing. I'm going to have to invert these. Hey, thanks, Rucker. Oh, hopefully it's better than last time. I thought about it a lot and tried to be, I wouldn't say more prepared this time, but I tried to address some of this stuff before I got online here instead of waiting. So I think it'll be better. So these guys, I gotta mold these guys upside down, so I gotta invert the mold, invert the way that I usually do it. I have some sticker designs on my computer that I did, God, like 2 weeks ago now. I still haven't gone back to finish them. It's something I definitely want to like revisit. I decided to like, sorry, I got a dust mask on. I decided to prioritize these so that I could try to get them done, because I'd like to be able to have at least like a basic figure I could sell or have available anyway. Because otherwise, I'm just like spending time and money, and it's not really like getting anything to any sort of completion. So I decided to like focus on this instead, and they're fairly close to being done, so that's a positive. Alright, so these things, I'll usually mold them like this. Like, this is the, the entry spout, and then this is like the reservoir. So I am going to mold them like this, but instead of doing the triangular kind of like block of clay, I have to actually do it like this. So I'm going to mold the second half of the mold first, and then the first half later. So it's kind of the reverse of how I have been doing it. So I'm going to build up a backside here, and so it's going to be a little bit different. They'll basically be the same as the existing figures that I have. I was trying to update my molds so that they're just more efficient, because like the first set was like kind of problematic. Like, they worked, but they were messy, and I had to do a lot of like cleanup work after each cast. So this set should be better. And then I have like the other parts I'm working on, like these feet and hands and some other things I've got sitting off to the side. So once this base is done, then I'll focus back on those smaller parts, because then I can just iterate on those instead of like having to make this entire set of molds like every time. So I just got to a point where I had to just like choose a direction and do that until it's like basically done, and then I can work on other smaller stuff. Okay, so I guess I'm trying which one of these is like, I think this was glued more recently. Oh, I gotta finish this part here. Like, I spent so much time building these little fins, and like so worried about breaking them. Not this thing I'm doing now, but the bigger ones, like around this on the back. This was just to square off this corner a little bit. The side. Yeah, I'm looking forward to this being done too. I've got like a lot of plans of other stuff I want to make to kind of go with these, but until I get this like first set done. What up, Bone Splinters? It's Friday, buddy. I mean, I don't know what that means anymore, since, like, you know, I know you commute, but so many people don't. I'm like, does Friday even matter anymore? Do we care? Alright. Let's see. So I'm gonna build this thing. I haven't gotten down on a Friday in quite a while. Anymore, it's like, I'm like, okay, the stream's done. I'm gonna go eat some food and drink some beer. Which, I mean, isn't a bad way to start a Friday evening. Alright, so this needs to be... Alright, so... you're not wrong. I think I have like one Lagunitas IPA left in my fridge, and that's the extent of the beer. Earlier, my partner, she was up here and was like, is there any way you can like text me if you need anything? And I'm like, yeah, probably. So there was that beer thing last time. I mean, I might have to implement that again this time. Let's see, what am I trying to even do here? Trying to build like... I mean, that is one way that can happen. And if it works one time, you know, no reason to not try it again. So it's gonna go like this. So this is the... No. It goes like this. This is actually going to be completely upside down. Because, yeah. So this clay is going to be like the top part. So this is going to be a real weird way for me to do this. I'm trying something, well, I'm not trying something new. I have to mold this in the opposite way that I usually do, because I'll break all these little fins off if I try to do it the way I usually do it. It needs to be like this. Yeah, that's how it's gonna go. Yeah, like that. Okay. I started doing the dyed silicone thing. They're splinters. I got a couple off to the side here. I'll get a couple out and show you. The last two are dyed, so it worked out pretty well. This one I ran out of space, so I had to add something. But worked out pretty well with the dye. So that's something I'm gonna keep doing. Yeah, the watermelon molds. Yeah, it was a really good suggestion. And when you were like, oh yeah, I do that all the time, I was like, oh, no, I'm definitely doing it. Got the Splinter stamp of approval. That's cool. Yeah, it definitely like takes a little bit of planning to like reduce your waste. Let's see, so it's gonna actually be, so this thing's like inverted, so it needs to be like almost almost like vertical. Yeah, that should be good. Yeah, this is like the opposite of what I'm used to doing, so it's gonna be kind of weird. Hoping it works, because I don't know. I don't want to mold these the way I did the first time, which was like ended up being pretty sloppy. So this needs to stay up. Where are... Yeah, between like the dye suggestion from you and this clay, this Sculptex clay suggestion from Sabretooth, it's been like completely changed like how I wouldn't say stressful, but stressful making molds has been. It's been like much better. Because I was getting to a point where I like almost dreaded making molds. But now not so much. Yeah, it is pretty awesome. I knew it was like a thing I couldn't avoid doing, but now that knowing there are like better ways to approach it has been a big help. I don't know if you use, you said you don't use clay or anything, Splinters, so I don't know if this stuff would help you, but it's been a big help to me. So if you do consider using it to, you know, do a two-part or something, it's worth it. It's only like $4 for a brick. It's Sculptex. I have an unopened one here. I just got this at Reynolds, so like wherever you get your stuff at, they'll probably have it. There's 3 types. This is hard, obviously. This is medium, and there's a softer one that I didn't buy. It might be this then. Yeah, I somehow didn't even know this stuff existed. Better late than never, I guess. I'm gonna try to keep this thing in place while I'm building this up. These tools actually help a bunch too. This set has different size like balls on the end, whereas like this set doesn't. Like these are bigger, but I've been using these a lot more, especially with this clay. It like is a little more effective than like your hand to manipulate the clay around. Just like little things that I'm kind of glad I learned about. I wish I'd learned them sooner, but you know, whatever. Better now than not at all. So what's going on with you? I'm obviously just doing this, so, you know, we covered that already. Ah, nice. Yep. Comments from outside the chat. I am just pushing clay around again. You know, it's what y'all came here for originally. Oh man, I haven't played Cube in forever. I don't arena, so. What's your Zoom? Is it like a meeting thing or like a friends thing? I assume a friends thing since it's like in the evening. Ah, nice. So have you guys replaced? Are you doing in-person soccer, or are you like just still meeting up virtually? Ah, I see. Gotta get them all on like PlayStation or something and get like FIFA. I don't know how multiplayer that is, but because I don't know too much about sports games. Nice. Yeah, it's definitely good to keep that like social connection going, especially like with, you know, the way the last year has been. I'm pretty excited about this vaccine being like a thing now, so that, you know, maybe someday soon-ish, you know, months, uh, it'll be nice to like hang out with people again and not be like worried. Oh, that's awesome. That should be like relieving as far as like, I don't know what your personal anxiety level has been, but considering like, you know, you can't like not go to work because of what you do, it's got to be reassuring. Yeah, that's great. It's good to hear that, you know, you're getting access to it so soon. I know it's going to be like, you know, probably a few months at least for like the general public, but that's fine. Like, I've waited this long, I can wait a little longer. But it's just good that it's getting into circulation, into like to people who like need it. like kind of blank today. I don't know. I was like kind of a little stressed about like feeling like I put on a bad show last time, because that was like kind of a first. Um, so I like kind of let that get at me yesterday, and but no, I'm mostly over it. I think I was more like bothered that I felt like it was like kind of boring to watch. Not so much like blaming myself, just that, you know, the circumstances of the situation and all that. And it wasn't anything dire. It was just kind of bugged me. That's all. That's kind of what I thought. You know, that it's like it's already kind of casual, so it's not like there's. I don't think the expectations are very high. I don't know. I don't know if I just like dragged myself or not, but you know, whatever. Even like this whole part I'm working on here, it was like kind of like a struggle mentally, because I knew it was going to be like kind of problematic, and I didn't really know how to approach it. So I think that was also bothering me. But I was napping with my cat yesterday, and had like figured out a way to do it, which is what I'm doing now. Now it's just a matter of, you know, building it up and getting it ready. It's like, even though stuff like that is frustrating, I don't know. That's like part of what I like, is trying to figure out these like issues and how do I solve them. So I guess it's not all bad. I don't know if you guys are keeping up on Mandalorian or not, where I think a couple episodes from the finale. I know it just aired or whatever, and I've seen a lot of comments about it this morning, and I was trying really hard to not. Okay, so you don't have Disney Plus Splinters? I know. My buddy who's watching offline, offline. I don't know, not Twitch, was has it, and I've been kind of like fortunate that there haven't been any real spoilers. It's mostly just people that they seem very happy about the end. I guess like just how it was handled. So I guess I'm like happy that people are happy about the finale, I guess, but then also that nobody's spoiled anything so far. But it's been pretty hard to stay away from spoilers. I've had like a number of plot points, well, plot moments spoiled for me lately. With like memes and stuff in some of the toy groups I'm in, which is a little frustrating. But what are you gonna do? I guess it's the internet. It's hard to stay away from. Hard to avoid things getting spoiled. Yeah, I was like trying to torrent it, and I kept having trouble with the videos I downloaded. I couldn't get them to like play without like skipping and freezing and stuff. And I don't know if that's like my hardware or if it was the video files. So after a couple of times, like, we caved and just got Disney Plus for like $7, because we already have Hulu, so we didn't need to like pay for that. Yes, stupid internet nerds can't keep their opinions to themselves, even for a couple of weeks. Yeah, so we caved and got Disney Plus. So we've been able to catch up on the episodes that way. Not that I wanted to give Disney more money, but at the same time, it's like I can spend $7 and watch it hassle free and then just cancel it, or I could keep struggling with it. So, chose the former. I know my partner has used it a bit, like to watch some other stuff, but that's like all I've watched so far is Mandalorian. I'm like kind of interested. There's like some Marvel shows that are going to be coming out soon, so I'm kind of interested in those. I don't know if I'm going to keep it until then. I guess it just depends when those release dates are. This whole process of what I'm doing here is like backwards from what I'm used to. So I'm trying to like plan this in reverse. So it's kind of weird. Um, so I'm trying to like do the second half, which is basically where like I put like a box around the whole first half of the mold, and then I like just cover it and put up, and it has like ends up with like 4 walls of silicone around it. Shit. Okay, it didn't break. Good. And so this is like the opposite. So I'm trying to like build in clay what would end up being like the first half of the mold. So it's kind of weird. So I have to like imagine that there's going to be like space around the edge, because that's going to be covered in silicone, and then like the bottom here is like hopefully tall enough. I think it'll be tall enough. I'm not really sure right now. So I'm trying to build like kind of like a triangular mountain almost. Who knows, maybe this will end up being like a better approach than the way I've been doing it. Because like you build the box and like cover the whole thing in silicone, and then you basically have your container already, so you just flip it over. I guess digging out the clay might be a problem. I hadn't thought about that. Shit. Well, the side that I'm doing is like the less detailed side, so it should mostly be just like peeling clay off at the top. I don't think there should be a lot of issue with getting to the bottom. But I did kind of run into that on another mold that I did that kind of backfired. So I had to scrap it like halfway through. Yeah, seriously. I was like concerned about having to like pull clay out from all around these little fins and things, that would be like kind of a problem. That I'd be breaking most of them along the way, which is why I'm taking this like backward approach. Notice this could end up being like being a mess too. But yeah, I guess I won't know until I do it, so. Like molding all these little intricate weird parts is definitely like the most challenging aspect. Like I get why other people do it the way they do it, where they just make everything solid pieces. They don't try doing this half and half stuff. But I like to do everything the hard way, because apparently I like to torture myself, so that's what we're gonna do. Depending on what your guys' schedules are, I know it's like later for splinters, but and you already have like a happy hour planned, so it's like, we said what, an hour and a half, so that you might be done by the time I'm done. I don't know, it might be decent to like have like a hangout on Zoom or whatever, or because I haven't really socialized with anyone in a while. It's been difficult. Well, I mean, other than, you know, my partner, since I live with her, but that doesn't really count. Hope I can get this, like, if I can get half of this poured and then open it today, then I'll kind of know if this is like gonna work or not. So I'm gonna try to get this built up kind of fast. Okay. Nice. Yeah, well, just let me know like what your schedule is or whatever, or what days work for you, and we'll put something together. Just like text me later or something, and we'll figure something out. Because I think we're just gonna be home all weekend. We don't really have any plans other than like finally finishing putting away the pool that's been torn down for like a month. We talked about like making a Christmas card, but that hasn't materialized yet. We were gonna do some like goofy photo with the cats in front of the fireplace. Yeah, we're gonna like make the time and like rearrange the living room. I don't know how we're gonna like wrangle all the cats. I feel like there's gonna be some Photoshop involved. I was gonna try doing like a timed photo the first time and see how that worked out. And I have a camera with a remote that I can use, so that's another possibility. I feel like keeping 3 of them still for like even 10 seconds is going to be a real challenge. I can just use the back of this. It's a little bit bigger. I don't know why I didn't think to use this before. I guess I thought it would stick to the wood. Well, that helped a little bit. It's not quite as like broad as my finger, but it's a little easier to manipulate. Oh man, mine just constantly like whine for food. Every time I go into the kitchen anywhere near the dispenser, because they have a food robot that like dispenses their meals. They're like run over to the food bowl and make sad eyes and cry. And then I usually cave and give them like a little bit. I'm real bad at saying no to them when they get their whiny faces. Now he's just like, why isn't my food bowl filled? Fix it. Fix it. Yeah, years ago we got a programmable feeder because like, you know, we used to like travel a lot more when we lived back east. So like we could leave them alone for a few days and they would get fed, you know, at their normal times and they wouldn't like overeat or whatever. So we just like kept doing that. And our one cat, Zeus, he like throws up a lot. So if he could just like eat until he got tired of eating, he'd probably like barf a lot more. So that's like another reason we have one, to try to prevent him from overeating. It seems to help, but I mean, they constantly are like, "Oh, we're so hungry. We're the hungriest cats ever. We never eat. We've never seen food in our lives before." Even though they just ate 5 minutes ago. Like I think some of it's probably boredom. Um, so we try to like interact with them as much as possible, but even still, there's only like, you know, so much time. He probably gets it. He just doesn't like it. He's like, no, I want the food now. I want it now. Not when you want to give it to me. Alright, that's probably good there. Probably good here. It's actually coming together kind of fast. I'm surprised. So I gotta figure out like how much is enough and how much is too much. I guess I want to like fill my parting line first. So like, how does it work? Like, is she still up in Boston, right? I honestly forget because I'm a bad friend. Or are you like shared custodying the cat? Okay, I thought he was with her most of the time. But that's cool. At least you got like some regularity that you're able to get together. Yeah, long distance is definitely like not easy. Doable, just not easy. He says with experience. I'll just build this part line first. Well, get it like to the edges. And then I'll figure out the parting line. Actually, I did the parting line last. What am I talking about? So there's that. So it needs to be built up here. Trying to fill this airspace is always kind of like a little tedious. Actually, I thought this was going to be harder than it's turning out. I know I'm not like out of the woods, so to speak, yet, but I feel less uncertain than I did yesterday. Use more there. Like this initial like wall around the part is like the hardest part. Well, not the hardest part, just like an annoying part, I guess. It's also one of the hard parts. Like waiting is like hard because you can't speed it up. You're just like at the mercy of time. Yeah, he's probably not happy. Oh, speaking of cats that aren't, I wouldn't say aren't happy, but are definitely a pain in the ass. So our recent addition, the white cat Bowie, who I also referred to as Dirt Devil, he's like, I guess he never stopped doing this, but he kind of stopped doing it for a while. But he still like sprays stuff. So he like stands up and stands away from something and then like flicks his tail and like dribbles some pee on stuff and like he doesn't do it very often, but he did it yesterday on the tree that we just got. So that was kind of infuriating. Managed to like clean it up and all that, but I know like to him it's just like this weird thing that's like suddenly in his living space. So he's like, well, I gotta make sure this is mine. So he like does that. Fortunately, it doesn't seem to have left a smell or anything, which is good. After I cleaned it, but I was not pleased. Not pleased at all. So that's the upside down part, right? So I gotta build this out a little bit. I'm gonna build like a wall around this, or like a lip or something. So I gotta smooth this on the back first to attach it. And once I build up this wall here, I can kind of just build up the back and the base. I can probably start getting this thing ready for silicone. So I'm trying to keep the amount of clay I'm using to a minimum so that removing it isn't going to be too difficult. I don't want to be trying to dig it out of like small spaces from inside like a box of silicone. Because the last time I tried that, it did not go well. I'm definitely going to build up the back of this. It's just too flimsy. Should probably be more like a V shape than this like teardrop. This needs to be shaped kind of like a wedge, like a triangular shape. So just need to build up the structure so it's like, because I don't want it to collapse if the silicone gets too like heavy around it. A little hard to see what I'm doing, so I'll try to hold it up. I'm really just trying to refine this like back shape. So this will still end up being more compact than some of my previous molds. This might be like a way that I can make these smaller, because like they're kind of chunky now the way that I've been doing them, but this might be, oh yeah, now back shape. Smooth out that back. Now it's weird to like be doing this and like so I'm doing it like the way I'm doing it now instead of like how I have been, and then while I'm doing this, you know, thinking like, is this actually better than what I have been doing? Have I been still been doing it like not wrong, but like in a less optimal way? Because I'm always trying to like find a better way to make these molds that's like faster, more efficient, uses less material, blah blah blah. Um, and I stumbled onto the last method kind of by accident, so I feel like I'm kind of doing that again, where I'm just like kind of tripping and falling into something that's like a little better than what I was doing. You get that sexy back shape, you know. Because it doesn't need to be like huge. That's what she said. Now I gotta build a foot. Well, I guess mostly in the front, right? How big does this really need to be? Does this need to be? So if this is the inner back wall of the mold, right? We could probably get away with just this being rounded. Well, we could make it like kind of square here. So it's like smaller in some ways and bigger in others. I guess when it's like a box, there's really only so much you can do to change the size of it. So I guess this will just be a key. To force it into like position. I'll just have this wedge back thing. Yeah. I guess this is just gonna be like this triangular thing here. Okay, so that's that. I'll make this square, right? So it's here. So you're gonna build up this back a little bit. There's that. So that's the square shape. I'll bring this out in the front a little bit. Just learn as I go. Trying to kind of square off this general shape. So I don't think I'm going to do too much more of this. I think I'm just going to leave it the way it is. It's probably built up enough. I'm also just going to smooth it down. It's also the first time I realized I could use the handles to just smooth stuff. Probably the fastest I've built one of these. So that feels pretty good. Even though I don't know what I'm doing. I just make it look like I do. Alright, now I gotta do this inner stuff. Which I don't know that I can use this very well for. I have to add some excess clay in here just to build up these areas. Just get a general smoothness. Alright. I'll try to... Yeah, I think that's not built up enough there. So make like a little ridge here. I'm gonna build like a shelf around these edges. So I'm like a kind of an even slope away from the edge of the part, instead of it just dropping off like drastically. A drastical drop. parts being as small as they are, it can be a little complicated. Alright, this is all built up here. Yeah, this side's probably fine the way it is. This comes right up along the edge. Yep. And a smaller tool here. I want this channel to be kind of raised so that it gets enough silicone around it that it holds it in place when I remove the clay. That all seems good. Do the same thing on this side. Alright, that's like a good surrounding channel. Also just trying to create a controlled part line here. With this like injection channel from some of the previous ones I've made, I learned that if you do something like what I'm doing here, this like lead line, if you kind of raise it by like kind of putting it on almost a wall of clay, it'll like seal better around the top when around the edges when the mold halves come together. So when I'm able, I try to do that. So now I'm just trying to clean it up. Doesn't like block silicone from filling this space. Alright, that's good. It's kind of messy here, but I think at this point it's gonna be, I'm just gonna leave it. Just gotta remove some of this excess stuff here. little too much fiddling here. No, I don't need to like make this exactly perfect. Sometimes it gets easy to forget that. So now I'm just trying to define like the shape a little bit, because if there's like more of a distinct shape, then it helps the mold fit together. Whereas if you've got like two halves that are like kind of flat, they can like move side to side. Whereas like if they have like ridges, they're more likely to stay in place. So I usually try to add some kind of like ridges and valleys to try to give it like kind of force an alignment. It seems to help. It's like the better it aligns, the less likely you are to get excessive flash around the edges of your parts, and less likely that your parts are going to shift and create like a lip on the seam. Instead of it being like a smoother seam, you could get like a lip, which indicates that the halves aren't aligned properly. So the more ways you can help them find each other, the happier they'll be. Just gonna make your mold halves happy. Then they meet and fall in love and make a beautiful part. Just help your mold be happy and it'll make you happy. What am I looking for? This? No, probably not. But it's too big. Maybe that's the right size. That's too big. One more try. Here's the other one. There it is. There it is. That's bigger, smaller, smaller. I'll get the little one. I'm just trying to coax it all into being smooth. At least like smooth adjacent. And then I flip it over and see everything that's wrong. That makes me real happy. Real freaking happy. No, it doesn't. No, it does not. I just want to smooth it out and I keep making it worse. Can't you just be smooth? There we go. That's smoothish. That will have to do. Sometimes you get a little too into the smoothing part. There it is. The pointed one. Alright. Just gonna smooth all this stuff out, really. And that's where I can get a little too in the weeds. doesn't need to be like perfectly smooth, and I always have to resist the urge to do that. Is my lighting just not good? Shit. Well, that sucked. Whoops. Equipment fail. Oh yeah, totally. I like moved the light and just hit the camera and knocked it down. Yep. It's gotta watch that, like, mammoth strength, you know? Lighting is still not good. Yeah, that's better. Don't know my own strengths. I haven't even been drinking yet. Sloppy. Maybe that's the problem. Yep, I think so. Just gotta cool down, crack a burr. But do I want to send her out to get more beer? It is definitely 5 p.m. somewhere. On the East Coast, right? No, it's 5:45. That's too late. I mean, it's not too late, but it's not 5 p.m. Central. But it'll eventually be 5 p.m. here. So, gotta plan ahead. Yeah, I should do a Friday beer instead of coffee. Alright, at this point, you need to create a Twitch account. I think you can log in with Google or something at first. I forget. Now I kind of want like beer and burgers. I haven't had a burger in a while. Probably not since like May. Well, not a good one anyway. I don't really count fast food as burgers. Have you seen the meme about like Bezos could just be Santa? He like already knows everything about us. He knows what we want. He's got like his own shipping service. So he could just be Santa and chooses not to be. Filthy scum. Though my Amazon wish list is pretty bare these days. That's right, I want to cover that. This is supposed to be covered. Yeah, this is supposed to be covered. Because that's the top, right? So then all this should be covered. Did you do it? Did you create one? Is that you, Wrecker? With your joyous greeting? The guilt has won. See, now you're one step closer to Bezos knowing everything about you. Indeed. The world shall see your sass. Well, the world being, you know, the 5 people who watch this. I thought I was screwing something up, and now at least I realized what it was. See, the appropriate response would have been to like post the Bruce Willis "Welcome to the Party Pal" gif, but you know, I don't really have the time to look for that while I'm doing this. But you know, we'll just say it and you're my shill account. Yeah, I should probably be better about like watching other people's streams. I don't really make time to do that. It's the Neo Boys with a Z. Neo's nuts. Whatever you want to call yourselves, I'll accept it. However you want to self-identify, that's up to you. No, graciously accept your fandom. Kept thinking I'd goof this up somehow, but I forgot I wanted to like cover that stuff at the bottom. That's supposed to be the stuff that's sticking up. Always. We eventually get back to pushing clay around. That could be the tagline to the show. Alright, that was... Yeah, so I undid some of the work that I just did, but it's fine. Now I like... Okay, I'm showing my dumb because I don't know what Sisyphus is. Yeah, there is, I think I have it tagged as sculpture. I mean, I do sculpt eventually, kind of, sometimes. This is kind of sculpting. Oh boy. Yeah, that's, that sounds like exactly what happened to me. Like, oh, you like to push clay around? I got an idea. How about you push this boulder up this hill? Forever. Alright, man. Thanks for hanging out, Splinters. And, yeah, message me about, availability and we'll put together uh, a hangout or something. Happy hour. Alright, later. And then there were two. So how's everything going with you? Uh, Dacitus? Dactus? Dacitus. I'm illiterate. Don't mind me. I've already proven I don't know words. I was talking to my partner yesterday, and she was describing like teaching virtually, and I was like, "Oh, so you're basically streaming, like you're talking to a room of people who kind of come in and out, and might respond, might not." She was like, "I never thought about it that way." I was like, "Yep, you're doing it, just not on that website." And then I was like, you could like put together like an anatomy lesson or something and just like stream it in the spring just for like, you know, to practice like a course you're building or whatever. And if people show up, great. If not, whatever. And that, it could accidentally, unintentionally, like kind of blow up too. Because people like free science stuff. Well, smart people do. Yeah, once I like mentioned it, she was like a lot more receptive and was like, "Oh, that's actually not a bad idea." And I was like, you don't have to commit to any kind of like crazy schedule, just like, 1 or 2 days a week, and um, you like do your thing, and if you get some viewers, great. If they like ask questions, great. Um, so I could see her potentially doing it. It's like it's not a traditional, kind of teaching thing. but and because it's like temporary, you know, it doesn't stick around forever. It's not like someone can go back and like, you know, call you out on, oh, this one lesson you taught was blah blah blah. It's like it's not even there for them to like, you know, try to find some kind of fault with or whatever. I could see doing like she wants to do some more furniture restoration, so I could see maybe that too. But I could see like the appeal of like public outreach science or whatever, you know, because she's got like a blog that she doesn't update anymore that still like gets views. So there's definitely like interest. You know, we got to combat all the anti-science stuff that's out there. Yeah, I've thought about like maybe doing something else on here too, but I'm already spending like 3 days a week doing this. I don't know if I have the bandwidth to do something else as well. Though doing like 1 day a week of like drawing or something would be a good motivator. I don't think so, because a lot of the stuff that she's done, I was as far as like lesson stuff, it'd have to be like independently sourced. You know, she couldn't use anything from her job. So yeah, in that regard, she couldn't use any of that kind of stuff. It would all have to be, um, you know, materials she got elsewhere. I guess I don't know the details about it, but it's definitely something we could look into. Cause like, I mean, it is like an interesting vehicle, right? Like this live streaming, because kind of forcing you to adhere to a schedule makes you, you know, commit to doing so much of that thing. So it is like motivational. Alright, so I gotta do this side. Let's see, where's my little scrubby guy? Yeah, if I hadn't caught this, like, this whole part down here, it wouldn't have been bad, but it wouldn't have been, like, optimal. Because that's supposed to be, like, the upper part of the other molds where, like, usually there's, like, a shelf at the top of clay when I do this, and so this will be, like, the space that's gets filled with resin, or not resin, silicone. It's like something kept feeling like wrong when I was smoothing this stuff out. And it turned out that I forgot a part. Because I haven't done it this way before, it was kind of inevitable that I was going to forget something. Just fortunate that I caught it before it got too far. This part is, so like what I'm doing here is, usually like I'm creating the first half, which like, let me see, I'll just pull out one of the previous ones. It'll be easier to explain. Let's see, these have a bunch in here. So basically what I'm doing is so this whole part here is basically this, except I'm doing it like in reverse. So instead of the clay being on this side and being built up like kind of like a triangle here, and then I fill, then this all becomes this silicone, I'm doing the inverse. So I'm basically making this part first. So like basically what I'm going to do is I'll finish building this and I'll square it off and everything once it's all smoothed out, and I'll put like the little bumps and stuff in it. So then I'll build a box around this that leaves a gap around the edge, and then it's going to be this. So I'll pour it over, and then I'll make this part first, this like inner part with like the, you know, this half of the mold, and then the box, so that all these little fins are encased in silicone first, so that they're like safe. And then I'll pull this clay off, and then I'll pour the outside, which will then be this part. So I'm kind of doing it, instead of doing this first and then pouring this second, I'm making this first and then I'll pour this second. So it's like the same basic like process, but because I'm afraid of like how fragile these things are, I'm trying to do this in reverse, if that makes sense. So I'm trying to like, you know, always like visualize what I'm doing. Yeah, so I'm trying to like think ahead and like visualize like what I'm building, you know, like, so the clay stuff's always the negative space. So like I'm filling the negative space, not this. So I always have to kind of think about it in reverse. Even when I'm making the other ones, it's kind of the same. It's always like in reverse to what I see in front of me. But then this is the first time I've like built the mold basically upside down. So it took a lot more like, how does this work? What am I doing? Like asking myself questions. And so the top usually has like a flat area that I fill over top of the part. So this is like that space, that like flat area, because I have like reservoirs and stuff. Well, you can't see them now, but they're the things I just covered, and they're supposed to be covered because then like the place where like you put the syringe to inject the resin, I like realized that if it doesn't have a split in it, like there's no seam, then it creates a more I don't know what the word is, like it creates a better seal around the edge of the syringe. So then like there's less likely that as I inject the resin, it's gonna like come back up. Yeah, so it's like, I don't know, it's an experiment. Like it should work because like I've just, you know, made like 5 other molds this way. This is the first time that I've made it like in this order, where I did the box part first, and then, you know, this like V wedge chunk thing second. So like in some ways I think this is better, but until I actually like, you know, it's done, I won't know how good or bad it is. Because I'm like gonna be reaching into like the box to dig out the clay. I'm like concerned that I won't be able to like reach all of it. So that can be a little bit of a problem. Not like unsolvable, but just like an obstacle, you know. Yeah, I definitely hope it works too. Otherwise, I'll be remaking it. I had planned to do like this first set of molds to make like, you know, a few good casts, and then I was gonna remake all those molds as gang molds so I could cast like, you know, 3 of a thing at a time instead of 1. But after all the work I just put into these things over the last few weeks, I'm like, no, I'm just gonna use them. I'm just gonna make them one by one, I guess, because I don't have the patience to do these all again right now. I think what I'll do is just have to pre-mix different colors of resin, and that way I can have like a little bit of consistency in the color, which I didn't do the first time. But I have done it in the past, like pre-mixing it and putting it in a container, and it's been fine. So I'll try that again. Like this front part is probably clean enough. So I'm just gonna work on this outer part, which should go faster, but I don't know. Things never seem to go the way that I plan. What do I need? This guy. And even though this is like weird compared to the previous stuff that I've made, I feel pretty confident it's going to work out. Like, I'm never totally confident. I'm always a little unsure. But like the more I do it, the more certain, not certain I guess, but the less I'm like, oh, it's gonna like goof up. Yeah, right? I'll be like, oh, this is fine, and then it'll like totally goof. Yeah, I could definitely see that. That's why I'm never like too confident, you know? I'm always like, oh, this is probably gonna be fine, but you never know. Because I made an arms mold like what, month and a half ago, and I was like doing kind of the same thing, and I had them like the way they were set up. I was like, oh, this will be good. It's like a compact mold and everything. Oh yeah. I'm actually a little concerned about bubbles because because of these holes here, and the silicone that I'm using sets up really quick. But I've been pressurizing it, right, instead of vacuuming it, and it seems to be okay. I haven't really seen air bubbles. I think because I can pressurize it faster than I can vacuum it to remove the air. So I think because like it's still pretty liquidy when I put it in the pressure tank, and it's pressurized under like 10 seconds. It's like at 60 pounds per square inch of pressure, which is usually enough, at least with resin, to crush all the bubbles, and I haven't seen any on the recent molds that I've made. So I think like I'll be able to pressurize it and not see air bubbles trapped in those peg holes. But this is the first one I did. Well, I guess the torso has peg holes, and it was okay. But I also used a different. No, I used a different silicone, and I vacuumed that, so that was actually a different process. So yeah, this will be the first one that I've done that has small peg holes, and I'm pressurizing. So it very well could like be a mess. I think I've like planned adequately for it, but again, I'm never like 100% like confident it's gonna work out. There's always like a little percentage that's like, yeah, this could go totally sideways. And I've like goofed up enough over the time I've been doing this that I guess I'm not like too upset if something goofs. I'm obviously not like happy about it, but I've kind of learned to accept that like you're gonna fail sometimes, and that's okay. So that's about all I can really do, other than trying to learn from the times that I do goof up. You know, kind of like look at it and ask myself, well, what happened and why do you think that happened, and what could you have done differently, and blah blah blah. At least like try to assess what went wrong, as opposed to just like getting annoyed and, you know, pessimistic about it. Because like it, you know, went wrong for a reason. You just gotta identify what that reason is. Now this part's a little annoying. Well, probably less interesting to watch. I just want to get a moderately smooth surface here. So I'm just trying to even out the, I don't know, like it's very bumpy, so I'm trying to just even that out. I'm not trying to make it like perfectly smooth or anything. Just to get like a good smooth contour. So what have you been doing, Dacidus? You gotta like tell me how to say that. Cause you still had that class you were doing, right? You had any like drawing time, or are you just doing like world building stuff still? Got it. It's like talking about the additional streaming. Yeah, it definitely has been a challenge. I've been feeling pretty wiped out lately too. Last night I was like, I've been sleeping kind of weird, so I was like, I think I need to just try to go to bed earlier. As much as that like pains me to say and do, um, I think if I have to just because I've just been waking up early, even though I don't want to, no matter when I go to bed. So I'm like, I guess I might just have to go to bed earlier, so that at least I can get 6 hours of sleep instead of 5. But we were saying earlier about like other streaming and stuff. I think maybe like doing like one day, like adding on a day that's, you know, drawing stickers or whatever, or like doing some like Brutes concept art or something would be good, because like I don't draw enough, and we've talked about, you know, doing the drawing thing, and obviously like it became kind of difficult for so many reasons. So maybe it would like keep me accountable, that if I was like, okay, well, every, you know, Thursday I'm gonna draw for 3 hours and just like commit to it. Maybe it would help. It's definitely something I need to do for myself, and just like something to, you know, work on some ideas for things and give myself a reason to practice drawing. It's not like I don't have the time. Yeah, I fortunately don't have that problem. She'll watch pretty much anything. I've been wanting to watch season 2 of Altered Carbon. I like the first season, and I haven't like rewatched it with her. So I don't know if she'd be interested in watching that. I guess we could try it out and see if she's interested in it. Okay. It probably wouldn't be terrible for me to rewatch the first season, because I remember like a lot of it, but then I was like kind of watching The Expanse off and on at the same time, and I think it kind of like mushed them together in my mind. So rewatching it with her would actually like help clarify the story for me. I mean, but can't everything be improved with synthwave music? At least that's what I think everything can be improved with synthwave music. I could watch a show about dinosaurs. You throw in some like purple and orange light, some synthwave music, and it's instantly better. Who cares if it doesn't match the timeline? Yeah, there is a lot that's like not very notable. And I've been trying to like keep up on new releases and whatnot. There's a decent Spotify channel called I think it's called like Pop Party or something, and it's got like a pretty decent like range of recent and older pop songs, like pop singles. So it's worth checking out if you're looking for stuff that's like, you know, more poppy. I loved Spotify at first. Obviously I still like it because I use it every day. But like I could really do without all the podcasts and shit they're throwing in there. I get they're trying to like, you know, offer more on their platform, but it really gets in the way of like music discoverability. Yeah, I used to use Pandora a lot before I started paying for Spotify, and then I pretty much abandoned every other streaming platform. Yeah, I just like have no interest in podcasts. So to me, they're just like this big block that I have to like just ignore because I can't hide it or like, you know, shove it somewhere else in the UI. So it just gets in the way. Yeah, anymore with Spotify, I tend to just like look up a band or like a term, and then listen to like user created playlists to try to get like more exposure to different artists. So that's been helping. Because some people are way more into like organizing their playlists and everything than I am. I do like audiobooks though. I know it's like very different from podcasts, of course. Um, but I find those more enjoyable to listen to than a podcast. But then that's like, it also hinges on like who's reading it and how well they do with that. Because I've listened to some that are terrible and others that are really good. I mean, I don't have that many in my repertoire that I've listened to, but a boring reader can really ruin the experience pretty fast. Yeah, I'd agree with that. And making time for things is definitely not one of my strengths. This schedule, like, and this onus to stick to the schedule is really what's kept me coming back to Twitch every the 3 days a week that I'm on. know it's like a little different because I'm doing something that I enjoy while I'm streaming. But it's really that external motivation. Or like accountability, I guess is probably a better word. So like with pleasure stuff, like pleasure reading, like I bought 2 comics at we went to Bookman's. I don't know if you guys are familiar with Bookman's or not. It's like a used media store. Um, I bought 2 graphic novels. Well, 2 trade paperbacks that aren't really graphic novels. And I still haven't read them, and I've had them for like over a month. And I could probably read both of them within like 2 hours. But I just haven't read them yet. One's, I think it's Invincible, Volume 1. And the other one is some book I've never heard of called The Massive. Looks like some dystopian future kind of thing. Still looks pretty interesting. But again, they're just sitting in the living room. I need to read them. I know I spend like yeah, as if that was the reason, not just my own laziness. I know I have the time because like, you know, we watch like some shows most nights. I play Magic like a couple times a week usually, so I make time for that. But I think because other people are involved is like, and you know, is like a motivator to making the time to play, or just like prioritizing it, right? If you know there's 2 or 3 other people that are like, oh, I want to, you know, I want to play a game. I'll be like, okay, I can. That's like a incentive to like finish the thing I'm doing and then go play for 2 hours or whatever. But it's also like kind of social, so it gets me like that payoff as well. Like I'm still programmed into that, where Friday evenings are for playing cards. So like in my mind, I'm always like, okay, well I'm gonna play cards tonight, and it's like been, you know, 8 months, 9 months since I've like done that on a Friday in person. It doesn't always fire virtually, so if I still hold out for it. Alright, so I gotta chop this thing off. Give it the chop. No, we don't have a regular schedule. It's weird because when, you know, before the pandemic, like most of the people in my group like would be at the shop on Friday because that was the day that you went to play. And but it's like once the pandemic happened, even though we can like play online, the most of the people just like disappeared. which is frustrating. So then it's like trying to just get, 3 or 4 people to like agree to meet at a time. So it gets a little frustrating. So like I'll post in like the Discord for our group on some night, maybe like I should have posted this morning and I didn't, to say like, hey, does anybody want to try to like play tonight, to try to get people thinking about it. But I didn't, so it probably won't happen because no one else has mentioned it. Alright, I feel like I can get this thing ready to put in the box. Put it in the box. What's in the box? This isn't square at all, is it? Nope. It's funny because I was thinking about it earlier when I was talking to Splinters. I was like thinking to myself, I know, and then a little while ago I mentioned burgers. I really want to like, today I'm really feeling that itch. I want to like eat a burger, drink some beer, play cards. Like that's what I want to do tonight. But I know it's not going to happen. So it's a little frustrating. How's your living situation going? Is, I assume everything's good. Oops, shit. Because you've got one contender under your roof there. I have to tempt back out into the world of spells. That's good enough. Oh no! That's terrifying. I want to ask, like, who, you can text me that if you want, to not put it out, like, publicly. That's really unfortunate. I'm sorry to hear that. I mean, my sister just had it, or has it, or is recovering from it. I don't know. But she has it, or had it. Oh my god, that's unfortunate. But I guess they interact with the public the most, so I guess it tracks. Hopefully, they're both okay. Like, don't have severe symptoms or anything. Huh. My sister had a similar experience to the first person you mentioned, um, where she had loss of taste, flu-like symptoms, felt tired. Um, I know she went back to work, so I don't know if she like was fully recovered or if her job demanded her to come in because she's a nurse, and so she like dealt with COVID patients, and that's how she got it. Um, her husband is at risk because he's had heart surgery, and they're both younger than me, so you know, it's like I don't know what that means, but it's unfortunate for them. But as far as I know, he hasn't contracted the virus from her, so it's all very strange. And they have like a 1 year old newborn. Well, he's not a newborn, he's a 1 year old. You can't be a 1 year old and a newborn. Um, and they're pretty sure he didn't get it. So it's all very weird. It's got to be like really maddening now to like get it, and you know, there's a vaccine out there now, vaccines plural, but it's not like, you know, really available to everyone yet. Well, that's good. At least like the impact has been minimal, um, and it hasn't really affected anyone's health too negatively. I know I'd be furious if I got it now, and I'm like, there's a vaccine. Why am I getting this now? Why? But yeah, I mean it's still gonna be like, you know, probably a year with like people having it. I mean, the people who like get the vaccine, obviously, like those numbers will decrease. But so many are like, oh, it's control, it's whatever, it's you know, they're that whole lot of bullshit. That there's still gonna be people like, you know, dying from it into like probably for like the next couple of years. So like there's enough herd immunity that, you know, the anti-vaxxers or those who maybe they're not anti-vax but they like don't trust the COVID vaccine, you know, before there's enough people that have the vaccine that their risk is low. It's frustrating because we could be there sooner if like all those people also got vaccinated. We could, you know, be completely over it in like less than a year. But they won't. But we will all get it, and we'll, you know, our risk will drop significantly. So that's all I care about at this point. I mean, it's like callous to say, but you know, we're past the point of trying to save everyone. Yeah, that's always what's concerned me is like the long-term effects, and it just hasn't been around long enough to like know, you know. So all the like, oh, you're not gonna die from it, like that's not my concern. You know, my concern is like lung damage and things like that that persist. I mean, from what I've like read about the vaccines, like they've been these vaccines have been in development for like well, the mRNA one has been in development since like the first SARS outbreak. So like it's been, the study's been going on for a long time. It just had to be, and it's been adequately tested, which is like why it took so long to come out. They just cut all the like bureaucratic red tape, not so much they didn't cut like the trials and testing and all that. That's just like because I have a friend she's a chemist, and so she was sharing a lot of articles and explaining them. Like she was sharing like science journal stuff and then like summarizing it for like us lay people. So it looks like it's been tested pretty thoroughly. There's just been it's been fast tracked through the government instead of like something taking like 2 months to get looked at, it's looked at like the next day or whatever. From what I understand, anyway. So it should be pretty safe as far as like, you know, um, the vaccine itself. And I really had thought I was going to get this thing in silicone today. I'm a little disappointed I'm not going to. There's still like an hour. I guess I could. It feels much later, but I guess it's still sunny out, so it's not that late. Seem to fast track smoothing this damn thing out instead of trying to be a perfectionist. There's been a decent amount of political discussion on this live stream. So. Hey, how's it going? I was wondering where you were. Hey, that's cool. I mean, I'd probably be watching TV at your time as well. I do my like cursory scan of social media after before I go to bed, and then that is pretty much it. Oh, that's unfortunate. Yeah, I felt kind of crummy yesterday, but I think the allergy pills I took were most of the cause. Some days, like antihistamines don't do anything to me. Other days, all I do want to do is pass out. Yeah, sleep is surprisingly helpful. I was just saying a little bit ago how I'm trying to go to bed a little bit earlier because I haven't been sleeping that great. So I went to bed earlier last night. Not a lot earlier, but like an hour. And I woke up at like the same time today, and I felt better because I actually slept a little bit longer. Yeah, I've been trying really hard to like stick to the schedule. There are definitely days where I don't want to stream, but I just make myself do it, and then once I'm on, it's fine. You know, it's just like I wouldn't say it's like performance anxiety, but I don't know. I think it's like sometimes I just want to like work quietly and listen to music, but it's better if I stick to the schedule. I think it's just fatigue. I think with anything, you do something like because I've been trying harder to like work on this stuff more often, and the streaming has been a really good motivator for that. Which is why I started streaming, was to motivate myself to like be at the desk, 3 days a week for 4 hours. And so like I think there's a little bit of that fatigue, it's like it feels like a job. Which I mean is good because if I want this to be anything significant, like I have to treat it like a job. I gotta like be there. You gotta put the work in to get the results. Um, so I think it's kind of like a mix of those things. Like part of it's um, the stream, like having to kind of like be talkative, for the duration because I don't want it to be too like uninteresting. So there's that, and then like um, when I'm like facing uh, making something that's like gonna be kind of challenging, or like I'm not quite sure what I'm doing, then it also like kind of messes with me. That's why I was feeling really down about Wednesday, because like I kind of was having a lot of trouble that day, and it so it kind of like ate at me afterward, that I like it was like a bad show or whatever, and it wasn't that interesting. But no, that's my buddy who like was texting me sometimes. I guilted him into creating an account. So we were just talking a little bit before you popped in. I haven't had any trolls yet, so that's like a positive. Only a few bots, which are, meaningless. Now we were we were talking politics and COVID before you came in, and we kind of had gotten to the end of that, so it was kind of a natural progression. Oh, that's unfortunate. At least they weren't in your body. um, I have not had to deal with the virus in like 10 years or longer. I don't know, probably longer. Oh, well, I guess you found the reason. Well, so that's good at least. That is taking way too long. I need something else. Not that. I have a bigger one. Ugh, that really sucks. Yeah, I never look forward to having to like reinstall Mac OS. It's not like hard or anything. I mean, it keeps all my stuff. It's just annoying. Yeah, it's never something I look forward to doing. Granted, my Mac is too old to update to the newest Mac OS, so I'm still running, I think, High Sierra, so it's like, what, 4 versions back? Can you like back it up somehow? Is there like a time machine equivalent for PCs? Other than just like you know, manually putting stuff into a folder or whatever. Oh yeah. Yeah, apps are like hit or miss. Even like on like Mac, it's easy to install a lot of stuff because you just like drag and drop it. But like some stuff like Office and like games and Adobe stuff, you still have to install it, so it's kind of annoying. So you usually can't like save it with a backup, you just gotta reinstall it. Well, that sucks, man. I'm sorry to hear you gotta waste time doing that. Okay. Yeah, I don't do too much troubleshooting and stuff anymore with computers. I'm like over it. What's up? You're like mad for this biltong. I mean, if it's as good as you've described, then I probably would be too. I still gotta check around and see if there's somewhere I can buy it locally. I feel like it'd be pretty easy to dry meats in Phoenix since we're in the desert. I like that it's like lower sodium too, because that's part of what keeps me away from jerky is like how much salt's in it. So that's already like a big plus for biltong. I think I can actually like do this now. Had the glue gun curing or warming up the whole time. I was like starting to wonder if I was gonna get there. Don't sit here and mess with that for another hour. Just get it good enough and then call it. Actually, didn't realize I had this big one until a little while ago. An ear, it does kind of look like an ear, doesn't it? Thanks. Now I won't be able to unsee that ever. Look at my ear, isn't it beautiful? I'm making them it's a mold. It's just the opposite of how I usually do it. I had to like kind of reverse it with this one. So I'm doing like the big box part first. So I guess that means I gotta sculpt the ear and then pour the head over it. Yeah, it's just it's a mold of the pelvis part. Sorry, let me finish this here and I'll show you. Yeah. Stroking some clay. Buddy. Making it happy. It's this piece here. So that's the other piece I'm gonna do. So it's well, I don't have two parts of the same color, but it's this. All right. Let's see. Alright, so this looks good. That's the pelvis. So the groin and the butt, that's what we're doing today. Alright, let's see, I gotta clean this up. This is burning up. Yeah, it'll have it'll turn at the waist, and then the legs are on ball joints. Yes, sir. Yeah, buddy. That's fair. I wasn't, I didn't differentiate it enough. Just another dick joke, you know? I just gotta make sure all the, like, debris and junk is not on these things. Because I'm gonna make a box that's bigger than this thing. I don't know if it should be taller. I guess it can be taller. We can do it like that. We can hit it like this. Or we hit it like this. I don't know. That's too. Maybe that's too big. I should have used one of those as the bottom. Oh, here we go. Alright. Well, I gotta clean these things off now because they're a mess. Now, this is the part I didn't plan ahead for. Because I didn't know what I was doing today. So I started kind of blind. Fortunately, this stuff comes off pretty easy. So how about Cyberpunk getting pulled out of the PlayStation Store and all the massive refunds? I didn't expect to see that this morning. Or was it yesterday? I forget. Yeah, I mean, it doesn't really affect you since you're on PC, but... yeah, I feel like that's a problem with a lot of games. They're like, they're these really short experiences, and there's not much thought put into, like, you know, replaying it or like anything beyond the first playthrough. Like, I know, like, replayability is not a big thing for a lot of games. But it's I feel like as developers they should be thinking about the long-term aspect of the game, you know. Whether it's like they're planning DLCs to expand like the game world or add features and stuff, or just have like some other mode you can play through that like changes the gameplay or changes the mission or whatever. Is like you get stuff like Diablo and Borderlands and stuff where like you can play through them. Like if you enjoyed it the first time, you can play through it, you know, over and over again, and like it's still enjoyable. I don't know if that's because like they kept the gameplay simple. I feel like it's that. Like if you keep it kind of simple and then just focus on like the gameplay itself and add some like things that like make the game variable, that it can expand like how much you can play it. Because like to me, if it's like a one and done game where I'm like I play through it once and it's like literally the exact same every time and nothing changes, there's no incentive to play it again. Yeah, I haven't played GTA pretty much at all. I played 3 a little bit, but I haven't played anything recent, so I can't really attest to that. What are those? Dacitus? See, I'll get it eventually. I'll learn how to read. Okay. I like ARPGs. Yeah, the thing is, like, I grew up in a simpler time. We only had I played console games, you know, SNES, Genesis, stuff like that, N64 just to a degree. Um, but like the games were like pretty simple, but like the gameplay itself was fun. Um, there were exceptions, you know, games that were like brutally difficult. Um, and there were like weird, interesting games. Now my gaming fell off a lot. Like I don't know, as I uh, became an adult. I don't know. Like it was just a weird time in my life. Like I didn't have um, a lot of my gaming was like at friends' houses, and I mean she plays games. She plays video games. Um, but like growing up, we only ever had an NES, so like most of my gaming was done at friends' houses or in the arcade. You know, when arcades were a thing. So like I played a lot of arcade games, but it wasn't until I didn't get another console till like I was in my late 20s, and I never really got into PC gaming. So there's like a lot of stuff I never played, and then like time is an issue, you know, like work, life, social stuff. Um, and I was like way more into like movies and for a long time, so I'd watch movies a lot instead of like games, but I would like play occasionally. It's weird. So I have like a weird relationship with video games. Yeah, I And like back then, like you could play with controllers, but it was always like kind of a pain in the ass, and they like weren't that great. Like now, you can just take an Xbox controller and plug it into your PC, and it works fine. But like in the '90s, like playing with a gamepad on your PC like sucked, and I never liked keyboard and mouse, so I just didn't play at all instead. I gotta put all the keys in. Where's the fat one at? I'll just use this. I don't think I ever played Rayman. I have like I have some adapters for controllers for my Mac, so I play like ROMs and stuff of like old arcade games. That's about the extent of the like PC gaming for me. Alright, that looks good, so I'll do the outside. Sounds good. Thanks for hanging out, Dastidus. I'll get used to it eventually, I promise. I'll talk to you soon. Nice. I think I just didn't know anyone who had it, so I just didn't play it. Because a lot of the stuff I played was like at friends' houses, or we like renting games was a thing. Yeah, I wasn't playing video games in 2001. I was like going to school and trying to finish my degree, working a shitty job. I guess I had a Dreamcast, so I was downloading ROMs off IRC, burning them onto CDs, and playing those on my Dreamcast. So that's about what I was doing game-wise, was playing ripped Dreamcast games. We were all 9 at some time. No, wait, I wasn't even in school yet. I didn't start school till 2002. I was just working a shitty job. Yeah, for one day I was 9. I was like, I did it. I'm done with it. my friend Kevin, he says I'm a vampire because he's like, it looks like you haven't aged in like 20 years. And I'm like, thanks, I guess. So I take that compliment. I'm just eternal. I've just been around for a long time. And age very slowly. Alright, that's probably good. That's probably enough keys, please. Yeah, we're on. We caved and got Disney Plus, so we're watching it on there. We're on. Let's see, whatever's after the Jedi. So the next episode after that, that's where we are. Yeah, I've seen people talking about it online. I haven't watched it yet. So no spoilers. Yeah, I've seen a lot of people like losing their shit about it, so I assume it's pretty good. I mean, the show's been good like pretty much the whole time. So I'm you know, feel confident that the finale is going to be good too. Good. Spoilers will get you a ban. What am I looking for? Yeah, that's the Jedi episode where they reveal his name. I mean, it was already spoiled. Like people were putting it in memes and shit online, so I couldn't not see it. I was really annoyed at the amount of like nerd groups that I'm in that like would put up meme spoilers. I was like, come on, guys, we're like supposed to be, you know, into the same thing, but you're like fucking spoiling everything. So he met the Jedi. She sent him to some planet. I forget what it was. To put him on the shiny rock on the rock. I know Boba Fett is back. So like, I guess the Boba Fett episode is the last one we saw. I think it's like episode 8. No, it's not 8 because there's only 8 episodes. It must be episode 6. So I know there's one more we haven't seen yet, and then there's the finale. So I guess episode 6 is where we left off. Yeah. No, yeah, I'd seen the whole first season. I was trying to bootleg the second season, but I kept having trouble with the files. My like players were like crapping the bed on them, so I don't know if like the files are bad or just my players. So we just ended up caving and buying Disney Plus, and we'll decide if we're gonna keep it after we see the finale. Yeah. Because, like, I don't really give a shit about anything else on Disney Plus. Yeah. Grogu. Ugh. What an unsatisfying name. God damn it. I always put these things up crooked. You missed it earlier when I moved my desk lamp and knocked the camera down. That was hilarious. Yeah, I agree. I was like a little annoyed about she apparently made some like transphobic comments or something about their housekeeper, which like kind of sucks. But I mean, it doesn't change her like hotness level. Yeah, they're all pretty good looking ladies. Fucking thing. God damn it! Now my glue joints are gonna start breaking. Well, I didn't clean these, and I guess now I'm paying for it. This thing's like fucking burnt. Yeah, that's true. Sorry, these are like splitting apart, so I'm getting a little annoyed with them. Stay together. God damn it. Everything's fucking coming apart. Come on. Stay together.
Shit.
Ah. Well, screwing into acrylic's not necessarily easy. Usually it's fine. I didn't adequately clean these tiles before I started using them. So if there's like even a little bit of clay residue or mold release residue on them, then it tends to like prevent the glue from like adequately adhering. So it's like basically my own fault because I'm brushing. So I'm trying to just like secure it now. I need to switch away and use the fiber board that Sabertooth mentioned. I just haven't made time to go like cut pieces to use. So it's mostly like my own laziness that's causing the issue. Or haste, I guess, not so much laziness. I could have also used like foam board or something instead of the tile. It's like force of habit. So it's a lot of like just little dumb things that I'm doing and, you know, then get annoyed about, even though there are things I could change. So sometimes I'm just stubborn, and I shouldn't be. It probably doesn't. I know acrylic's not really probably the best thing to be using for this to begin with. The reason I started using it like years ago was that, you know, it's durable, you can see through it, I can reuse it. Yeah, I could try to roughen it up. I probably should. Usually it just needs to hold like for a little while. It's not like I'm, you know, trying to put it together forever. So usually if I like clean it off with alcohol, it's okay, which is what I was doing earlier to those other tiles. But then I didn't end up using those, so, you know, that ended up just kind of being whatever. Yeah, the transparency's like become a lot less important than it was when I started doing this. So I can definitely do without it because I've done the foam board, and you know it's the same, right? Um, what I like about these And if I go out and cut some fiberboard pieces to replace the acrylic, um, I like that I can just, you know, reuse the same tiles a bunch of times instead of having to like cut new ones every time. I'm being lazy mostly, and that's usually what accounts for a lot of my like poor choices, is just trying to like, you know, spend less time on something. So then it ends up being just like a bit of a problem. Like I could probably like tape these together to hold them in place as like a basic form, and then add you know, some kind of filler or whatever to seal it instead of forcing it the way I'm doing it. It's just like this being, you know, a liquid and everything, it's sometimes easier to work with, like right now. Yeah, tape probably would have been like a better way to, you know, just like assemble them. Um, because it's like good enough, right? You just need to keep them in like their general shape, and then just seal up all the like joints. I might have to just start taping them. That's probably what I should have been doing. It's not like I'm reusing this glue on anything, right? So. Because then I could use just like tiny beads of glue to seal it. I wouldn't even need to try to bond it. Yeah, a little bit of packing tape to hold them together, and then just a little bit of glue to like seal the edges is probably the best way to do this. But again, it's just like, you know, I just got so used to doing it a certain way that I just kind of was like, I guess I'll just struggle with it, whatever, instead of like trying to find a better way, you know? So. So I could just put up like a few pieces of tape and then a little bead of glue around all the edges, and it's like good. Instead of like, you know, these like large beads of glue and whatever. Alright, well, that's crooked as fuck, but it doesn't have to stay crooked. I gotta check it for gaps. Oh yeah, I definitely just use cardboard if I had like a lot of scrap cardboard laying around. Um, I just don't have a lot of scrap cardboard. So I'd have to like, you know, get it. And if I'm gonna get it, then I'm just gonna use foam board. Alright, that's pretty much good. Now the question is, do I have enough time to pour the silicone? I don't see why not. I guess I could figure out how much I need at least. Yeah, I think I'll just do that. I'll use tape and a little bead of glue in the future instead of like, you know, wasting all this like time and glue and frustration, because like the tape's gonna stick as well, if not better. So it makes more sense to do it that way. Get our little diagram. So I need what the total volume. Math class. .8. Calculating volume. 7. 6.6. Oh, like caulking? Yeah, I could see the benefit of that. How deep is this? I need it to be 7.5. We'll say 7.7 just to be sure. Or, yeah, 7.7. Alright, so that's our total volume. Total volume. So these are going to average out to 4.9. We'll just say 5. 5 times 7. 5 times 7 times 7.7. 269. So 270 is our total volume. What the fuck? Fucking Twitch. Fucking Twitch. Let's see. So that's our total volume. Sorry, my Twitch app crashed. So not that it affects the stream or anything. Okay. So then we got to figure out this little shape here. So it's got a base. It's got kind of a rectangular top, but it sits at an angle. So I have to just do some general math here. Look at the bottom. I know you can't see that on camera, so it's going to be 5.5 across. Front should be about the same. Yeah. Side is 3.8. And this side is also 3.8. So that's easy. These aren't freedom units. These are centimeters, son. .3. No way. This kind of math is way easier to do with metric. Let's see, 5 by, I'll say 2. So this is 5 by 2. How tall is it? We'll say it crests at 5. Ha 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 ha. Oh no, I'm not arguing for freedom units. They're stupid. Alright, let's see. 5 times 5 times 2. Fuck, that's wrong. 5 times 5 times 2, yeah. 50. 50 for that. 3 point, you fucking thing, 0.8 times 1.3 times 5.5. 27.17, so 28. Nope, no, 27. We're rounding down. 27, 50, so 57. And then, do I round up or down? I think I want to round down. So 55. Because I want this volume, and I need this to be a little smaller. So 55 off 270. 215. Divide that by 2, and it's fucking 107, so 108. I'm like doing all kind of extra here. I think I want to stay at. So I added 2 here, added half here, add 4 here. That's probably fine. So 110, A and B, to get 220. I believe it. Freedom units are dumb. I don't know if I have the time to do this right now. That is a lot. Oh, fudge. I think I'm gonna wait. I think I'm gonna wait and do this tomorrow. That's lame. I don't think I have enough time to measure export. No, I have time. We'll do it. We're gonna do it. Alright, I have time. I'll make time. So, let's see. 220. Yeah, alright, so now I need a bigger thing. 110. Because it's so dark in here. 125. So 1020. So 110's got to be like right there. And then 110. Yeah, 110 is here. Don't need that. We'll mix it in this. Yeah. Let's see. Mix the giants. We'll do this. just need mixed. Fuck. Actually, I had to take a picture of this monstrosity of a cat mold. Let's see. Don't you fucking... Oh, that's cool. Go to bed. You know, you don't like wait for me. I was gonna stop, but I decided I'm gonna pour this half, so probably another half hour. Because then it's like one less thing I have to do tomorrow, you know? No, that's cool. I mean, you stopped by and hung out for a bit. You know, I appreciate it. Alright. Have a good night. Thanks for hanging out, Cap. So I gotta had to like give this a quick stir because like even though I just used it, I'm not 100% sure that it wasn't like starting to separate. So it's better to just be a little precautionary. Always with the high pour, try to minimize your air that gets trapped. Want to stretch out any air that's like trapped in it now, and I'm stirring it, trying to pop those bubbles. Alright, that's probably good. I'm like going a little over what my measurements are. I gotta start using up a little bit of scrap and offsetting how much stuff I'm using. 'Cause I'm going through it pretty fast. I guess that playlist is over. Do a little Some synthwave beats. I don't get tired of them. Alright, I'm going to put a little bit of dye in this to make it easier to mix. I'm going to use this stuff that I haven't used before. It's much thinner than the other stuff I use. No, it's actually not as strong too, so I might have to put... Yeah, I gotta use this dye anyway. A friend suggested this who was on earlier in the stream, and it's been pretty helpful. Actually, I think I gotta go 2 drops. There is dye for silicone you can buy. It might just be formulated better for like distribution throughout the material. This stuff is for resin, but it happens to work and doesn't seem to introduce any like issues. And I have it, so I guess I'll just use it. So that's good. This is like pretty, if I pour the other one into this, it'll be pretty close to the top, which will make stirring it and being sure I get like all the sides and stuff a little harder, because there's not as much like room to I guess scrape it off or whatever. So I might transfer this into another container after when I combine them. Then I may not, just to save time. And I'm going to prime the air compressor. Get that ready. So I'll put the mold in the pressure tank to compress any air bubbles that are in it, and hopefully to pull it into like all the little peg holes and stuff. I probably should have used a brush on silicone to put some base layers on to ensure it captures all the detail, and then pour this stuff over top of it. But the mold box is built, so we're not going to do that. We're just going to hope it works. not the best approach, but you know, it's where we are. Alright, so part 2, technically part 1. This I will not die. I only die the 1/2 just to oh, I gotta stir it. Jeez. This is the side that most likely is going to separate, so it's the one that definitely needs to be stirred. Almost forgot. I just used these like 2 days ago. No, longer. Monday. So I'm like, in my head, I'm like, oh, I just used these, but it's really been 5 days. So it could have separated some. So it's better to just, you know, take the 30 seconds to stir it and be sure, instead of potentially it, like, you know, doesn't behave properly or whatever, doesn't set up. Because then it's not only is it a failure, but it's a mess. A mess I don't want to deal with. I mean, if you've watched enough of these videos, whether it's live on Twitch or on YouTube, some of this is probably very repetitious, but so is the work, you know, so we're just gonna talk our way through it, and that's that. That gives you an idea of what goes into, like, you know, creating enough molds for one of these figures. It takes some time. It's not a I'm gonna do this in an afternoon kind of thing. High pour again, because we just stirred a bunch of air into it, so we'll try to pull some of that out. These molds do use a lot of silicone. That's the next thing I need to tackle, is trying to reduce that consumption. And the problem area really is like this spot here, because these molds are typically like a triangular parting line, which means you're going to have like 2 large masses of silicone on either side of the part. So those are the areas that I need to work on, trying to reduce the amount of silicone there. Like, it makes the mold heavier, you know, it uses more material, which then, like, you know, makes them more costly to produce. So there are some optimizations that I can definitely make, which I'll do as I kind of iterate through these molds. But this set I'm making now is basically the master set, so like I'm willing to absorb the cost to make these things come out properly. Alright, so we've got 110 and 110, so that's 220, which puts the top around, let's see, what is this, 250, 225, so around here. So then submerged, we're like, you know, over the top of this scraper part, so I don't want to be that deep in there. So I'm going to use the bigger beaker for this. it also like is another chance to like pull some of the air out of this. It's a little slow to, you know, do it, but it all helps. Scrape with the scraper. Go back in and get the rest. It's pretty thorough. The weird sewer green color of this is mineral spirits, which is typically clear, is from different colors of silicone all being dissolved into it. Alright, let's see, so I'm not going to have a ton of time to mix these, so, well, I don't and I won't. I'm trying to get the pressure tank ready. So I won't be able to be quite as thorough scraping out the part A before I have to start mixing. So I have to go a little quicker. So you can kind of see, like, you know, the color difference there. So it'll like lighten up, you know, as I stir them together. So what I want is like just a consistent color to tell me that, you know, the mold paths are thoroughly mixed. And this color makes a lot of difference because all the times that I've used this stuff before I started adding the dye, I was never sure when it was mixed because, you know, they have no color and there's no consistency change. So it becomes like really unclear when they're mixed. And considering how short of a pot life this stuff has, pot life being like how long it stays a liquid, you know, every second I can shave off of that, off the mix time helps. So that's like more time that I have to control its, you know, getting into the mold and doing anything I need to do once it like is poured, instead of worrying about like, is it mixed? Like I can just look at it and know it's mixed. So this will be much faster once I mix it, which I'm going to do now. So I had to scrape a lot faster there. So I'll kind of fold this together. You just gotta fold it, David. It says to fold it. You can see how like it's starting to take on the same color. And it's like a lot clearer too, because I don't have to be quite as thorough because it's all, you know, it's telling me that it's done. And I don't have to be quite as like, did I get all the sides? Did I do everything? Because it's all mixed. No, it's like, I'll give it a couple more turns just to be sure. It seems like a lot. I've lately been feeling like I'm overdoing my math, but then like when I go and pour it, it ends up being pretty close. Or short in a case I had recently. So there's like bubbles in here, so I'm going to try to high pour this again. There's like some parts it's just not going to get into, so I'll have to shit. I mean, I guess I should have done it like this, but and then tilted it back when it gets close to the peg hole. Like that, yeah. Because I want it to get into those peg holes. It's going to be kind of a problem like at this angle. Alright, I just gotta pour it. I don't have time. This stuff's not that forgiving. Okay, I'm past the peg holes, so I can just pour it kind of fast. And again, it's going to be just enough. Well, we'll be a little over once I scrape it out. But it's pretty close. That's why I need to like work on the consumption. Cause like, yeah, my math is good, but like, could it just be less, you know? Does it need to be 220? Well, pressurizing it, the stuff is still really liquidy. Whereas if I had tried to vacuum this stuff, which you really can't. It will not give you that much time. Where else did it leak at? Yeah, it doesn't matter. Alright, so it's going to the tank. We're going to pressurize it. Okay. So now it's under pressure, and it'll stay at 60 psi for the duration of its cure time, which is like 5 minutes. So it should have adequately squished all the bubbles and got it into the peg holes. That's the only part that I'm kind of unsure about, which is why I was saying earlier about using a brush on, which I think I might do for part 2. Well, part 2's like way easier as far as like there's really no peg holes on it. There's one small like notch, but it's not really a thing that the silicone's not going to get into. It's this little guy here in the center. Yeah, I'm glad I pushed through to do this. I was going to postpone it till tomorrow, but it was worth doing it today. Because then mixing up part 2 tomorrow should be much quicker. Alright, so all I have left now is some cleanup. So I'll just end the stream there and say thanks for watching, and I will see you next time.